Dun, 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 dun. Oh, nice. Twitch quality options. Mm, mm. That works, that works. A couple of things I'll need to do, and then we can go. Content. Okay. All of this. Everything seems to work. And let's continue. If there were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that the event 2 were orchestrated by the Telophoroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Shalayan, I'm sure of it. Master Fortunate's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. Forum knows more than it is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Really. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're to head to Limsa Luminsa and board the next ship, bound for Chalayan. On arrival, present yourself as associates of the students of Baldesia. come to assist with the order restoration. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I'm eager to see it, of course. We should set off at once. I'll accompany you to the docks. You need to at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Not wrong, not wrong. Interesting sound for Endwalker quest exception. Let's go to Limsa Luminsa. Arcanist Guild. Everyone's here, which is good because I've already paid for your passage and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Shelling should be pulling to port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise. Sounds like a solid answer.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
Let the journey begin.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Spoiler.
Here. Feel.
Think.
Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Why now? Exactly, why now, not earlier?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Hydaelyn has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peak.
Glad to hear.
Folks. Charlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Interesting that she shows herself up.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
It's funny that with the Reaper you can't see the face expression whatsoever.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Charlian.
Oh, I see it.
I don't, show me. Ah.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Charlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
And here we go.
Charlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
B.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
So the first thing that we do is we say we are from the Scions and we don't care.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
And then we're here like, oh, I have no idea what's going on.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alizé Leveilleur.
Access denied.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Adventure by trade. Champion of Eorzea. Yeah, I'm the champion of Eorzea. Let's go. Adventurer by trade. I take the second option. Why not?
Indeed. Your profile describes you as an adventurer, but one also trained in the rather more constructive pursuits of procurement and production. You may enter. And you, sir?
Estinian Valeno, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
If you'll allow me...
Oh, look who it is.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it.
That was fairly easy.
But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Damn, we're here. Look who it is! The Mandible Mambo. Yeah, during cutscenes and stuff, I'm not gonna interact with chat whatsoever, so don't be worried. I'm gonna focus fully on the story. Let's go. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. Officers are born bureaucrats and stickers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. And that's the first quest done in Endwalker! That means I'm done with Endwalker, right? It is no over. It's good to know that YouTube is recommending the stream though. Even though it's fairly boring. Just saying. Because I only play story. Oh yeah. Let's open this horse chestnut whatever. Oh, Reaper weapon. But mine is sadly better. Unlucky! Oh, you can sell it for 63k. The market. Accept. I wish they would voice act every single cutscene because I am so sick of reading everything. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Gachi and Estinian's first name in Sharlayan. And for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings into the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? Yo, Dustin, what up? It's a fine suggestion. We know you'd not be welcomed at the Luvius estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the time. Spoiler! Yes, I spoil Endwalker now. I'm equally untethered, as it were. There's no particular place that my keen call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old hounds might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetheryte Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there, Anon. Yes, we'll see you there. I too have places I would be remiss is not visiting forthwith by thy leave. Waving. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary until we reconvene. I prefer to wander as the wind tasks me. That takes me. Whatever. But oh! Unlucky. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you will have me. Come, Gachi. Charlian awaits. I still like the wonderful gear that I'm wearing. You cannot see any face expression whatsoever. Perfect. After you, my friend, I'm more than content to follow your lead. He's now accompanying you. Keep him at your side to order to proceed with the quest objectives. In the event you use the other net, I will catch you up to as long as you remain in the same area. You can leave Gardia behind. However, be entering a different area. You may also speak to him and select the option to part ways. You wish to have Gardia accompanying you again. Return and speak with him at the original location. While Gardia is accompanying you, next try speaking with Cryo. Oh my god, does that mean he is gonna follow me all the way through Endwalker now, and I have to take care of him? Market board is up the stairs. That is an important knowledge. Marketplace is the most important part. All set, then let us be on our way. Well, first up, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. The cafe on the west side of the harbor. God is now accompanying you. Lead you to companions in the last stand and speak with the designed location. While you are accompanying, you may encounter convenient points along the way which offer additional topics of discussion. I don't care. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surrounding together. Oh, I want to do it alone! Leave it alone! Can I tune this? Oh, I can! It's been so long since I've lastly got the things. There's already a thing behind me. Okay, let's go there. Just for testing purposes. Okay. Discuss the local facility. With all the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. I see no reason why you couldn't understand that any task which procure your interest. You have been cleared by the immigration officials after all. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Sharlayan the same way it is in Eorzea. The place is called the Peristyle, and it's the first stop of the cargo unload at the docks. You find the usual necessities for daily living and other important vital to running an island nation, but also supplies further Sharlayan's pursuit of knowledge, namely large quantities of books, specimens and samples. Holding these stacks certainly seem to keep the attendant busy. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna look through all of these options. For me, the only important thing is the main story, not all the side questioning things. Ah, here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparing is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. Okay. As encapsulated by our infamous GachiLofi, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste is a distant second. I see. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach at the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lesson and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost for fine dining in Sharlayan. The one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isles of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall the burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Sharlayan when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha, but surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Before we press on the stairs to the side of the cafe, there will take us to the Aetheryte Plaza. And let's go to the Aetheryte Plaza because I want to attune this Aetheryte. Oh yeah, we could activate an action for more EXP. We are here. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, this is a perfectly functioning Aetheryte. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I shall make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discovery are the reason Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of elegant Aetherites, it allows us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Sharlayan's largest marketplace. Let's attune here. We can finally go. So, I did that. Head to the Agora while accompanying speak. Where is the Agora? Game, where to go? Please tell me. Ah, there. Okay, let's go. Ah, there's the market board. Most important part. Market board. Welcome to Agora, where you can find wares made in Sharlayan as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that the practice has thankfully died out for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Etherite Plaza, follow me path north, then climb the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. Okay, no problem. The imposing building. Oh, I see. Looks cool. I wish it wouldn't snow and it would be night, but not have everything. I don't want to know anything. Don't care. Looks cool though. And there's an Ethernet shard that I definitely want. So let's go. Let's go. We have no access to Rostra. This grand structure before you is the Rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which the forum or elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, in my answer were all inspired by the knowledge and the finest settlements I could think of the great city of Shalian. Bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, a Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councillors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. Oh, I see the point. Yeah. Where do I need to go? Here, okay. Reading all this could get very tiring. Let's sprint. Don't wanna walk everywhere. Where are we at? We arrived at the journey's end. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with the Archin-Jungkramp built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as a residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Sholian families. You see that one mansion is larger than its neighbors. The estate belongs to our friend from the house Livelier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance from the time being. And with that, we bring our little Shalian tour to a close. I hope it was proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now shall we head directly to the Baldian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Etherite Plaza. Correct. After you, Gachi. Time to head back. Or we just take some shortcuts, because why not? Because we can. Dun, 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 dun. We should have attuned this one, but who cares? Oh, we can do that one. As the joyous looks on Ra's face has unbroadably informed you, this is the Baldessian Annex. You continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of the phenomenon, but I think we'll explore enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you then. Okay. Let's go inside. I'm back, and I've brought Gachi and Ra with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello Ra, nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Gachi. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika Sunjika. It's been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Sunjika, Administrator Officer of the Students of Baldessian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. You may recall meeting his cousin, Ejika. Oh yes, Eureka. I've read the initial reports. Quite a shock to hear what's become of the Isles. Do take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isles of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasions to visit Shalian. With to make us of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from the distant shores. The annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engage in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the Isles itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations, and yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. The day we come, we will see the students rise again. First, we must ensure that the Tilofori fall. Fall. Through the door on the left, there is the main hall, where we can discuss our option moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before our discussion begins in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms, perfect for an afternoon dose. True? I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed, far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. It was simply that we're often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Ah, long nap, yeah, I see. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chambers. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you in the main hall. Sure, we can give it a visit. Ready for a nap. Yeah, let's go. Let's see how the room looks like. Oh my god, this is packed. I see. Let's go. Let's go and continuing the story. Feeling refreshed and alert, our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
I don't have to read. That's nice.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroid's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts. You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course! The more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Complete. Dun, 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 dun. Let's open this. Ah! That's worse than my gear. Sorry to interrupt your stream, but May, can I help you out with your custom graphics for your channel? No, thank you. I'm quite happy with the things that I have, and I don't need new things because I'll never stream anyways. So it doesn't matter. For the one time per month I stream, I don't really need anything. I stream for fun, not for anything else. Hitting the books! An unsettling change has come over Sharlayan, but together we will divine the underlying cause of the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the councillors directly as a fruitless endeavor, they seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archives of historical record, of any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice is to that say the progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But now that I have the band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us recommence outside Nominons, shall we? Exit to Annex to the right and you'll find the archives of the western edge of the woods. Yeah, basically just came here to read a bunch of books to get more information about everything. But I'll be right back. So I'll see you in a bit. With Chris' instruction in hand, if you're ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thafnir before, I can travel by Aetheryte. But what is the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. He was of the same mind and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. Confluence, though, sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. Thou wilt recall the hunt for Icehard, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moenbryder. Moenbryder was an authority or a field of study. She didn't embark upon the pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no, is your choice, and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention for forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that, which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kite. Okay. Yes, we have to travel. That's actually not that far. There's a blue quest already. Hunt of specimens. I would assume that my quest book gets filled with a lot of blue quests. Ah, there's Kine. Hello. Or however you pronounce his name, her name. Well, no, that is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library's books overdue again? Not to your knowledge. We are associates with Krill of the students of Baldessian. We seek passage to Thafnir and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome! Test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So in order to travel to an Aetheryte, you only need to be attuned to it before. Otherwise you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mass of ether hurtling along the livestream. An inconvenient but uncontrollable limitation of the Aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an Aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we have labored to make such travel possible that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of Aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may be been a bit misleading. The user needs not to attune to these Aetherites, but the Aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it is just so happens that our first test pair of Aetherites, one has been installed here in Shellian and the other over in Idlimet, port town in Thavner. As may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Reds at Han, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum up, we are to test these Aetherites. How furious for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel Aether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these Aetherites were made for people like you yourself. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort of your part. A veritable dream come true, and far to be it from me to worry about such thing. But do we have permission to make us of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subject. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the livestream, and the statistically unlikely event that someone goes Ori. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Mistress Krill truly knows how to pick 'em. Not wrong. If I might change the subject, are Master Wilson and Mistress Bruindra not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They've recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. I guess time to be his test subject. Ah, the good old waiting for no damn reason. They should have made it smaller, shorter wait time.
Right, we're all set.
We all set. Let's go.
Just the 4 of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavner.
You are? Oh, I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
So be it.
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
Ah, thanks for telling that early. What? That is extremely far away. What the hell?
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between two peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
And there's the Aetheryte Cygnus.
What chance? Against such an insidious foe.
Dun, 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 dun. Thavnir. Aww. Still sick.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Too late. You managed to will yourself to your feet. But given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? Maybe. We'll see. There he is. Well, let me get attuned to this other right. That's the ether sickness. Okay, attune to it. Stinian, I'm almost there. You there? I need 3 drinks, something that helps with the ether sickness. By the minions, a traveler, I mean greetings, greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me, my special Umbra lassie made with only the finest and freshest ingredients. It's farmed our calming, unruly bellies. By way of warm welcome to Thavnir, am pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. For not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles. Bargain amongst bargain. The price is highbrow robbery, and you want to say that much to Estinian, but you realize any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand there, Estinian, using Gesha deny that the deal is fair. Okay. Deny. No. I thought you could barely stand. Why do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Why, I shouldn't buy the lassie? This merchant is swindling me? Wah! Sincerely apologies, sir, but I appear to have my price confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Here, a bottle of each for you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I explored the town. Deliver a bottle. Okay, no problem. Praise to the be to the 12. My stomach does loosen in death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee and Estinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time? Excellent. You've spared us Tartarus' wrath. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Right, I'm ready to go on with it. The lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair! If I've bound it, it's the most I could do against this heat short of shedding my armor. Nice hairstyle. May I ask you where you get that cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's the Tavelnian weave, though it not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil, a steal, I was told. It's nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. It's incredible. I dare say not even half of it could hold a candle to you. It's not uncommon for much to set the price high, but it doesn't seem disappear. I'm inclined to agree with thine assessments. It doth seem excessive, unusual so. Claiming Thevni as a dominion, the nation of rats at hand hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning there were the Arkasodara, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the product of Hannish culture have been celebrated and covered the world over. Development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of rats at hand, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must need to be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulations. Neither of which I see any evidence, given the merchant at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, the opportunist pricing is rampant, doth suggest the oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, would be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, eh? With naught to lose by learning more. So here we seek out Krill's acquaintance, so we see what information we can gather here in Yetlimat. Excellent, we didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make it up for it. Dun, dun, dun. Ah, almost 81. Stomach havens once more. Thancred is ready to get to work. Right, let us split up and make acquaintance in town. Gachi, the pier is yours. Once we have learned that what we can, we regroup by the other right of putting though the rare side of it may be. Quest accepted. Oh, we can use a pet here. Good. Let's go to the gemstone trader. Welcome, traveler. You can now exchange your stuff here. Crate of fruits. The crate of fruits landed, but those as they have been left too long. Well now, if it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight on the unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since the Accursed Tower suddenly appeared on Narunair. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion. But no, I had to spawn fell friends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as that. What will become of us? Only the gods know. The pier. The pier seems very empty. Maybe we can survey here for 10 seconds to just figure out why we're wasting 10 seconds for a clue. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to the other ports you have visited in the past, there appeared to be very little activity. Yeah, it's not wrong. What am I doing? Or recording myself? Still to do it daily out of habit, though I didn't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like Kazal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kazal a visit. He'd be glad to hiding from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Soulwing Cells, the harbor guild building across the water from here. Nice. I'll have to swim. Unlucky! The Damascent aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. But this will be enormous loss! Alright, forget about the Dalmatians. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produced handicraft medicine, all the perennial hench favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artists to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, cause I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreigner, aren't you not? A merchant. Please tell me you're a merchant. No. I see, that's a shame. I'm sorry, but we were discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me? My name is Matsya, and I'm here to see, Kalzal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll be back later then. It would be a typical interaction when what I would do. Oh, I'm here for this person. Oh, not recognizing me or not responding. Okay, then I leave. Bye! Yes, can I help you? Ah, I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kazil too, did you? I'm Matthew, fisherman of Akalia, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kaza, who offers it for foreign merchant, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see. Just as soon as he's free anyways, he's a hard-working man, I dare not to interrupt him, disturb him. And there we go. Back to White Mage. If I may ask, what is that you do? An adventurer, you say? And you travel the world helping people? Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I've been brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I've ever only dealt with Kazal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. But please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? I guess we're the delivery boy again, didn't change. If you're willing, please let me know and we can begin at once. The event to follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Oh no! But the first thing that we do is do our daily things real quick. I need to go to the cacti thing and I'll need to do my tribal quests. Then after that we're gonna continue with the Endwalker game. So let us do that. Okay, let's see. Maybe we're lucky today. Not looking too good. This is a 7, 8, 15, 21. I'll take the 21 though. Okay, next ticket. We have 8, 7, which is 15, and then we have a bunch of low things. We have a 2, no 1, no nothing. It could be either this or this. Let's just take this. 360, better than nothing. And then we open those. 369, 9, this is high. Don't think that 2 and 1 is here, but we can try nonetheless. 108, not too bad. Hope to see you tomorrow again. Yes, yes, yes! Bum, 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 bum. Okay, time to do our tribal quests real quick because we need to progress them. Do, 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 da, da, do, do. Diddle-da-da-da. 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 So many quests, it's crazy. Yeah, let's do the quest like always as Reaper, because it's faster. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, done that. I already answered your question. There's no need to send your portfolio. Just vibing and having a good time. I'm gonna pick up Discord WhatsApp message real quick, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm big. Ah, more monsters I'll need to kill. Perfect. Oh! Some tortoise. And then there's another thing that I need to slay. Then we have the heavy arms crates. Oh, slowly finishing all the quests. Yeah, that is done. Heavy armor crate done. Are we going here? Doing it the other thing that we need to do. The succulent. Then we need to activate the quests. Yeah. Oh. The Drake Whisperer. Ah, I need to put things on fire again. I'll see. Can do, why not? Dun 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 dun. Okay, that one's on fire, and then we need to set the other one on fire. And we're done with this guy. I'm so glad that we don't have to do anything in regards to doing a fate again, because doing the fate stuff is absolutely annoying. Wait for a specific fate, and then you have to wait hours on end sometimes, it feels. Even though it's just half an hour. But hours on end. But it is what it is. Oh, we have to kill a fortune teller. Okay, we can do that. Not a problem. Okay, this one is on fire. That means we can get rid of this. Then we slice this guy up. And there's something here. It's probably the fortune teller. And there's something else also here. Oh, there's a destination point. Okay, let's do the destination point first. And then we have to use the flask of water on him. Okay, no problem, can do. Easy. The enemy is still about. No, he's not. Okay, done. And then we need to go to the Inferno altar. Wildfire things in here. Perfect. We set it on fire. Everything done here. Destination. Use the flask on him. There we go. And then the last one is this. Painting this crate. Heavy arms crate. There we go. And then we have fulfilled all 9 quests. That's good. Just need to go to the Ixals next, doing the crafting stuff, and then we're good to go. For the daily stuff for now. And then we can go back to Endwalker. I mean, I would need to do the duty roulette and stuff, but I can do that still later. With other people together. If they, of course, want to. Dun, 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 dun. And there we go. That is good progress. 200 points is 200 points. Good. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see what we need. Deliverance. A lot of deliverances. Ah, we need those now. Pearl chocolate. Probably the easiest. We need 3. Yeah, there it is. Pearl chocolate. We need... How many points? And we have to do it 3 times, so I need 9. 9 pearl chocolates. Okay. So let's go to any town. And see if we can just buy it from the market board. Because why not? Adventurous. Copy the item's name. I need 9. And there's 9. 8k, doesn't matter. Let's go. Let's go back there, and then we are done with the quest. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum. And 120, done. That's what I call some good reputation. And then we do 2 of these, and we're good to go. And then we have to battle a little bit, so we do that. And then we need to craft some stupid item, like always. Oh, there's actually 3, okay. Then let's do all 3. Can't, okay, interesting. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, then let's get these stolen storage pots. We only needed to get 1. Okay, interesting. Yeah, then land. Okay, and we go to the town. And then we need to craft this stuff. Hand over. Hand over. And then we need their stupid hands again. And we have to craft rigging. Rigging container. Okay, and then we need to craft gyro drive component. Done. Done. We go. And then we're already done with our tribal quests. Complete. Complete. Here we go. And then we go back to White Mage. And then we teleport to there. Oh, there's multiple main story quest lines now. That is interesting. Big dragon. I'm on my way. You duel then? Show me how to deal with customers? I'm in your debt. Right, please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in Yetlimat? I will observe you and learn. Now I'm accompanying you and keep you on the side to proceed with your quests. Cleave material entering the air, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, the same like always. Oh. Go there first, okay. Hello. Yes? Fish, I got fish here. Feel fresh fish straight from the sea. Bosom from the most. Greetings, friends. How fate of late. Fair of you late. Greetings to you too. Suppose I'm well enough given the circumstances. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when the tower first appeared. Everyone grappling whatever they could, trembling over each other to get to the city. And I remained there for now, but I could not stay away. I had to come to continue with my life, such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. Too risky out here. Maybe you got to move to the city too. There's no place like home, but is it anything dangerous? Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge here, I need to Radiance host instructions. Hope they deal with it soon, so we can back to our normal lives, to the days when you could earn as much as you gave and tuck it into the meals that is fact that you did good. Speaking of deals, I wanna have some fresh fish today. Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. When you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. Thank you for your custom. That catch of the day is shallow delicate stew in coconut milk or baked with a sprinkle of salt. You succeed in making a sale. Let's go. Professional seller. Sailor maybe too. Nancy, I can sprint. Good dear. Go, go, go. Next one I can sell. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some Amra. Let's say a dozen. Don't need to be export quality. What do you need so many Amra for? Buy for eating, of course. It may seem a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessel coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from the overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come when the next shipment is arriving to this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. Are you sure you are actually hungry? I know how you feel. Thank you, pity you don't sell fruits, but I enjoy your little chat. It took me mind off from troubles for a moment. Sad. Never mind, nothing else then. Let her for positive impression. Let's move on to the north side of the town, shall we? Couldn't sell. It was too friendly. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh, good. It's my stomach. Ether sickness? No, nothing so unusual. I'm hurried to get back to work. I just ate a little too quickly. Food is the last thing I need right now. Go and sell your fish to someone else. Good job. Never mind, it was a bad time. Yeah, he was dying from food. Thank you so much for the demonstration. It was truly eye-opening experience comes to it appears. I mean, speedrun strategy, right? Speedrun strats. Less talking here means less talking. Less talking is good. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell to one of those of 3 people you approached. It was difficult, but when you put your mind to it, you succeed. But you did fail too, but there's a lesson to be learned in both success and failure. By applying yours, I'll endeavor to become a better peddler. Yes, indeed. There's only so much I can do alone. Hope that things will return to normal for Kazal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice. And who should be to be but Matsya? Oh, look, it's Kazal. Kazal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore. I'm sorry, Masya, I truly am, but for now I must peddle your own goods. But myself I can't. I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and all be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them. Sisters as my witness. Huzzah! No, not to worry, using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I had best return to my village. My thanks again, please take care on the road. Oh no, so sad. It is sad, so sad. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods. To think that it would be such an extent. For another notable, if not fully unexpected discovery, disappearance and kidnapping is disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered imperial soldiers, and as before, they mean to use the face of the hapless thralls to call forth lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telefori. It's a blue quest here. That Matsya fellow you were helping, he's Arcus Sodara, is he not? Apparently, it's almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? Summoning is the perpetrator's aim. It doth stand to reason that Akasodora would be their primary targets. For this the faith of the ancestors would prevail in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We'd better go after him. Ekiel lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Krill acquaintances incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled with we make for the village. Quest accepted. Then let's go there. But let's remove the Shoku Keep exclamation point. You do not see the massa nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Not wrong. Oh, this area is huge. You don't see Matsya from here either. Oh, leave me alone! Help somebody, help! That's his voice, it came from the north. He's there, we need to go there. We need help. There he is. You are under attack. Okay, no problem. Time for some holy. Favorite skill in the game. Done. I helped you, Matsya. Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what to do, about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers? We'd heard that the Arcasodora were being kidnapped, being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's the best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know, the ocean's all we have. See that your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. Question, if I may. Tis our understanding the strange fiends. The strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. House of Divinities. In the old tongue it means. But there's no true divinities. They're monstrous imitation that bring only death. To have one face so twisted is grieving's indignity, and full justice art thou in those old rites. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them, but thou not tell us with the divinities and their true nature. You've come all this way to save us, really? To think I had you peddling fish? To answer your question, yes, of course, we would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller. I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us, and so we'd be honored to share our knowledge and fish. Fish is important. What sayest thou? Shall we pay visit to GachiLofi? Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. I'm doing the main story quest. So this the simulacre of the various gods that are being summoned. If any doubt exists before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. All indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods. Like as not. As you said, we do well to study religious traditions to GachiLofi. Oh. The thing is, there's two main story quest lines now. We split it up. Oh look, an ether current. Let's go. Ether current, tune. And way more to go. Hello, oh, I can even watch since I did this already. Book, nice. Welcome to GachiLofi, my friend. The name means a white beach, and there isn't much here save that. But please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than that. started with Konga and old Heshlidia. They're free at the moment, as it happens. I guess. I don't want to talk to people. Talking is difficult. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isles is home to many gods. It can be divided into two groups. The Manusya, being of wisdom, who assume the form of man, and the Mgar, being of might, who assume the form of beasts. Together, they are divinities, the forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind of gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortal can be. All our possessors of great insight and experience, and by heading the teaching, we strive to be better people and live better lives. Okay, makes sense, yeah. You see that you must collect a double amount of currents now? What? Really? Really? Oh my god. Were they on fucking drugs or what? God damn it. Flying in Endwalker gets difficult now. So many things you'll need to do. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusya and the Mungar deities, who look like man and beast respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusya, the Mungar cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, and Manusya coveted the might of the Mungar, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factories. Affections. Or factories, doesn't matter. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusya have worn animal faces and mirror the limbs of man. I see. You find them really easy? Yeah, I doubt it's hard to find them. It's just like, there's a bunch of them that you need to do quests for, and those are hardcore. I mean, you can simply just use the Ether Compass and then just go there and you get it. It would be too easy, you know? There you are, learning a thing or two about our gods, I trust. While you were off taking to the others, I remember something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know. I go and fetch it from my home and what? Okay. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you the hanging scroll which depicts the three of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. Okay, lol. They are Manusya, you heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. Oh, this gives me flash. 3 sisters. Oh no. Okay. The center one is the eldest, Sinduruva, and the goddess of wisdom. This alchemist hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sanduruva, as the goddess of wealth. She counts many traders amongst her followers. On the left is Vinduruva, the youngest sibling. She persists over the crafts and so is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Manusia, the deities of Aetheros preside over myriad aspects of life, and what of Ungra? Those complicated words, man. If I may ask, will hold power over nature, and in ages past, they were reverted as guardian deities in times and conflicts. If you have occasion to visit our temple in ruins, you'll find the images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaia's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Archesodera. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? It's said that an ancestor as the satrap, that the ruler of Rats at Han, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. The divinity is since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally? You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I'm confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our effort to deal with the tower. It is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right, I believe it's time we sought our Creole acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Quill's note, we're to find her at the place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. We walk away and then we have to talk to him again. Did you just say you're going to Nidia? Oh, I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind of understanding, and did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day, and those eyes, even you meet her. Take care you don't drown in them. He has a crush on her. Old winds welcome. That's some nice music. What happened here?
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Everyone back alive. Scales! What? What?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Ah, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so. Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, so help me.
Justinian got wrecked.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement.
A little bit.
No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk?
Yes, but please talk.
You may have guessed.
I don't want to read.
I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Thanks for the choco, keep but we need to attune to this other right. Let's talk to Nidhana. Of course not. Allow me to thank for you answering our call. Many towns have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Kryla herself is tied up with another investigation. Gachi is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentration of ether, and cannot go anywhere near it without being tampered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enhancement talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innative protection. Could such a thing be possible? Immediately, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasurements against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Excellency! Ooh! Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test, and here's where you and your blessing of light come in. Whatever it is, just leave it to me. What exactly is that you need to me? Better than I have my blood drawn, I suppose. That's a good one, I like that. Nothing complicated, I assure you. We ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's fields of influence. Okay. And so on your own safety, I will first test how well your blessing shields you. With your permission, of course. Okay. In that case, Orianja and I will find another way to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suppose you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, then let us put the blessing to the proof. If it exists the great work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. I'll see you after some preparation. Where to go? I don't know. Probably somewhere over the rainbow. Hope you didn't have trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many sleepless nights, the drunken Deepa. The Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering, taking inspiration from the tradition. We created the device to test the talisman's efficiency. On activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. Oh no. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. This should be enough to ascertain your blessing protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I should be observing from a safe distance. Oh no. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to safe distance if you're not a subject. Follow the Duncan, see you later, and try not to fall behind. We are running after a fucking lantern. What is this even? Running ether, please stand back. Ready to discharge, test subject nearby. Discharging ether. Was struck by a powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject no irresponsible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test, please follow. Follow the lantern! Please stand back, okay? Strike my opponent with of ether. No effects, okay. Subject stomach and bowly integration holding confirmed. Resuming test, please follow. I'm to follow, it is. Struck by another powerful ether, but suffer no ill effect. The blessing of light appears to keep you safe from harm. For now. Subject fortitude rated. Impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming the test. Please follow embrace for final discharge. Okay, let's see. The strongest blast of ether yet, but surviving completely unscratched. Ether exposed, testing complete. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations, you restrained for your composure and your humors. Ah, you've returned and not on your knees. I promise sign. But come, let me take the people off your hands. Okay, no problem. Thank you. I shall replenish the ether for when we test the talisman. So no dizziness, no nausea or anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine? Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There's no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. I guess? You're a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assist me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of keys ingredient for its spirit read. Someone is calling me. Stop it! It's time. Why is it coming through the microphone? Stop calling me Ree! How long are you trying to call me? Person? Yes. All day. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however... He's calling me again, I'll be AFK. Best time when people call you. They're not stopping for a silly problem. Fuck Twitch, the player is crashing every 30 seconds. That's why there's an alternative. Because fuck Twitch. The herbs grow not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we Akasodra travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I will compensate you for your troubles, of course.
I do it for free. I'm a delivery man. I've practiced multiple years of being a delivery person.
I'm in your depths. Without further ado, let us head to Kadya's footstep. It is situated on the road with run east of the Great Work. Quest accepted. Lo Manu. If Twitch is being a bitch, then just go to the YT. YT player is better anyways. There she is! The music in this area, man. I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out, Gachi! Behind you, there's an enemy! Is there though? Oops. Oops, wrong button. Did you stop playing this working for the... I stopped playing, yeah. Speak with Nidhana. But they gave me a fright to think that the moment I venture outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You're all right, I hope. Good, good. Let's continue on. Then it isn't fair now. Just through these pillars and up the rise. How are you doing? What the hell is this complicated ass hell stupid ass name, man? How am I supposed to pronounce that? I need an explanation. And here we are. Katya's footsteps. Katya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place and train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is to spring wheat growth here in Abundance. Abundance? I will set thee about harvesting at once if you would be so good as to stand guard. Kidnappers aren't like they return soon, but better safe than sorry. It means third leg. I see. Then I just call you third leg. I'm being attacked. Run away. Oh, that's nice fighting music. I like it. What is he doing? Stop it! I'm not interacting with chat whatsoever during cutscenes, so be aware with that.
Yes, that would be Radzat Han. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began.
Looks amazing.
The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
What can you tell me of the satrap? Yurusko.
He is the most important person in Radzat-Han. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves.
The classic.
It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzat-Han to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Oh!
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owe? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned. For we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Suddenly found Daniel here. Crazy. Oh, Oscar, how are you doing, by the way? Been a while. You could have said that earlier. I have enough spirit wheat to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we? Excuses. Excuses all the way, all the time. I couldn't jump down, but I discovered a new location. Too lazy to walk. Teleport! Good, long time no see. That is true. I've been gone. Gone! A lot of trouble. But now I'm back. Not with streaming though, but I tried to stream the Endwalker thing and then probably end up going to hiatus again because there's no reason and purpose for me to stream. I don't know. I feel that there's a purpose. My thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Complete. If you will excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you're both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidhana. It would seem to be stored of giant gals are running low. What? When I last looked, there was still plenty. I suspect this, that was before Ryanja told everyone about their tempering cure and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talismans prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then for it's from me to complain. But we'll need to replenish our source. I should be happy to tend this, if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't, in good conscience, send you out there alone with kidnappers or at large. Oh, we have a delivery boy, so we good! Gachi. Loath though I am to press another task on you soon. Might I ask you to fetch the Giant's Gal? In case you're not familiar, Giant's Gal is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. Your reading is so difficult. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant's Gal Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. Maybe impose on you once more. Don't worry, I'm used to that. Thank you. Upon arriving at that point, at the ground, please seek out a man named Zainua. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very last, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand on my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hampshire, Mistress Nidhana? By all means, do try the patience with them. Those that survive are still in training. I will bring the hamster to the entrance. Meet me there when you're ready. Everything is okay by now. Friday I got a call like, we need to urgently go to my grandma because she had an accident and blah blah blah, and then I had to leave. My whole weekend was gone, and then that kind of stuff happens. More and more and more. We good. There's Varshan. Here you are, Hamza. Here are our Hamza. If the creatures look familiar, it is because they are close kin to your Eosian dodos. Ah, true. They have long been kept as livestock in Thavnir, and many a hatchery may be found here. That is the large of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant host repurposed its remnant as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objection, let it first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. Okay, no problem. You're ready? Then let's depart. You only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for yours to follow. Let's be off if you haven't ridden those before. We want that they're a wobbling gate. I can see that, and how you sit on it is hilarious. Like spectacular formation stretching out over the water. It's so fast I can't even read it! The legend holds bewildered of many amongst them cast down at the conflict's end. Kadatka, a word which means sword. That's what the person said. To the left, and the no introduction, is the tower. As you can see, it strangles small isles. True. New location, always good. Almost there though. The main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff. The outpost itself is on the beach. Be funny to get level up while riding this dodo. And here we are, manned by the Radiant host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. That looks dangerous. Well, who should it be but young Version? On an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wishes to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant host for their unflagging dedication. Why simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed related peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessor too often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those behind him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I'm certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly. I pray you do not think I always want to read I'll instead of ill. No, think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but still I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nabdeed. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Hanish by the look of her. Permit me to introduce Gachi Brigade of the Eosian contingent come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eosia, you say? Tower have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers. Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. So yeah, everyone's died. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. You two varnish the latest report and answer any question he may have. The ultimate answer is always everyone dies. Everyone is dead. That is the best answer you can get. Where the fuck am I? I'm up here. Okay. Speaking with 3 people. Gather information about the tower outpost. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our rank. Even so, we've been struggling to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeed in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the Tower of Inoisia? Do they likewise spawn monsters? Yes. So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. That is correct. That's why we are here. We're looking for answers too. I've heard about you, the visitor from Eosia. Is there anything you can tell us about the Tilophoroi? We know that there's the only one behind the tower, and that we've declared war on the whole world. Why are they doing this? What is this what they want? This we don't understand. What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their ways. We'll fight them with everything we have, like Eosia and 4 Eastern Brothers. They have a strange mission, that is for sure. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. The Tower of Zod, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appears where it did on the Isles of Narune. We're safe from the influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to the corrupting aether. A foreigner, aren't you? Or are you dealing with the tower in your homeland? We don't. Our struggles are not unique, then our hopes still lie with the Talibans. We must keep the monsters contained until they are ready. Looks big. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope that it was an enlightenment for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Radz-at-Han ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. As the stream dried up when the trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the death of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had the best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you to the rest of the way. Worry not. The path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamsa, you will arrive before you know it. Really thought it was. I enjoyed your time together. Till we meet again. And then we can use the Hamsa to go back. Through the Hamster appears to want to return home and regularly often offers you its right back. Should you become separated from your steed, speak with the Radiant Beast Camp at the Hamster Hatchery to mount it again. Aww, it wants to go back home. Where do I need to go? Where's Giant's Grell Hawk? Oh, it's there, okay. Yeah, my assumption was correct that we need to go here. Go, Dodo, go. Discovered a new location. That is wonderful. No sooner do you arrive at your destination and the Hamza dashes off. Zainua. Hi, this is indeed the Gainscreen grounds, and I am Zainua. Is there something you require? Yes, yes, yes. Giant scale for the alchemists, you say? But of course, they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and this is the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Woo, level up! Galere 3 is unlocked. Holy 3 is unlocked. Glare Mastery is unlocked. Holy Mastery is unlocked. A lot of unlocks. Here you are, a sack of the purest giant's coal. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we are grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need to but ask. Ah yeah, and the most important thing is I can play tribal games here. Not running there. 100% sure. Just teleport straight there. Ah, welcome back, Gachi. Dare I hope you have the giant's gal. I do. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, I'll be the time to be true tests, so please take your ease while you can. Oh yeah, chillin'. Chillin' is always great.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Yeah, finally rest. Tancred.
You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that. What is it? What did you see?
I saw Fandaniel.
Fandaniel? Are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last!
And now Fandaniel comes. The big misery happens.
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments! We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
You need ass. Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Definitely something. If that thing works, that would be great. Okay, we need to go there and up to the north. And I'll do that. I mean, if it really works, that would be absolutely fantastic. Dylan, someone sent me an email. This is unacceptable. Time to explore this area. Unlock that. Kind of want that. We can actually move here. That's great. Along the coast, having some lovely monsters. That looks absolutely terrifying. Guarding that way. The tower in the background. The Valrus is coming. Of course, you're just gonna look over here. Why not? Why not? Just look over here. No worries. The fighting music is nice. Okay, let's go to the tower. This is a rather finer boat than I expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be in our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for topping this tower. All of our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. The longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. Head to the Tower of Zod. It's gonna be something.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence.
Oh, it activated.
Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could. So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What?
That was to be expected. Oh no, go in! She got pulled into the tower. Not good. There's all the other ones. It's Van Daniel.
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
Oh!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patron of Olds? What are you talking about?
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
He's gonna drop any name and I don't know.
At your service.
Amon. Told you, no clue.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Armon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
Wise words.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war. And so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Interesting. I've actually expected that something like that will happen. Something is gonna be wrong. That is for sure. Ah, you are returned, but where's Mistress Nidhana? And Suya Preserve, just we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. Yeah, that shouldn't be an issue though. I'm just thinking, like, how could they try to save them? They definitely need to create more talismans, but they're more suitable, and then I can go with Thancred and stuff into the tower, find Daniel. Doing things with Daniel. We'll see. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So it was Daniel after all. Damn, that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. You must treat warily lest with endanger Nidhaga and the other captives. I'm not wrong. First, we must inform everyone on the situation, Nidhana's colleagues included. I called them together with the gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Oh, always this explaining, man. Always. Can you answer me this? Nidhana is trapped in the tower. She's still alive, yes? Yep. According to Daniel, she is. Then we must make warding scales as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidhana proved at peril to herself. She let us make more scales than she and all those who were taken might be saved. As alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pleasure to provide you with all of you required. To that end, he bade me to give you this link pearl. He might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for you, and for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nyoda noted your vital contribution to the talisman's creation. That came to the satrap's attention and is recognized of your deeds. He wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, you would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so if that's agreeable with, will you not accompany me to Red's Hazan for an audience with His Excellency? You should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be the benefits of all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Scale grounds, and we'll show you into the city. Quest accepted. And now we have to ride a really long path. Yeah, the character names are, for whatever reason, very tough. To pronounce and stuff. They made it very difficult for normal human beings that their first language is not English to struggle while reading those names and these areas and these all things that happen. I don't know. It's tough. Tough it is. Question is, am I walking the right path or not? Probably not. Need to be down there and then just walk from this side. This side. Probably. Most likely. I hope that I can just jump down here. You actually can't. I knew it. God damn it. Why is it always so difficult to walk paths? Just go down there. Random person here. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, probably you can go here and then you're in this area. What are you saying? Oh, come on. Huh? No way down for now, no. And then I just walk across here, but I see a bridge. The bridge is at least something. Look, Jahamel! Gonna cross the bridge. It's the only path we can go. Here we are. Let's see. All present? Then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted a special permission, I ask you remain close to me at all times. As long as I don't have to escort you all the way, everywhere, I'm fine with that.
A vast rock squats upon Favnir, and to its stony surface clings the city of Ruds at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
Let's at hand.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are. Megadota.
Here we are.
It seems a shame to bring you here directly, Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, Satrap of Radzat-Han. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Not everything went to plan. True.
I assume you speak of Nidana. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me.
Oh!
Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as my
Dragon.
abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgardsormr's spawn, I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat-Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility.
when it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radz at Han.
But if Vitra is still here, then your position as Satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who joined me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz at Han. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go, steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Rads at Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Okay, that escalated quickly. Oh my god. Meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zod. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Etherite here before departing, unless, of course, you enjoy a violent nausea. Not wrong. Can we go in here? Cannot proceed? You're too fucking kidding me. Okay, we attuned everywhere. Cannot attune here. So we need to go here. Bum 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 bum. Enter the main hall. There he is, Thuncred. Just as I was getting used to the balmy Fenway, we're back to the chilly Sharlayan. Take care of not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battle that come. Know that your investigating here remains, but when that's over, we can take all the stock of the developments and discoveries. And now we have to do the other quest, main story quest line. That's gotta be something, that is for sure. But first we're gonna attune this Studium Ethernet. I'm fairly bad when it comes down to remembering all the characters and story plots that happened since the last time I played through A Realm Reborn, Heaven's War and all that kind of shit is like 8 years ago. So it's hard to remember every single detail. And Amon was not part of anything that happened in Shadowbringers. Or rather the part that I played recently. My direction were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Neumor, Sharlayan's granted collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that. The archives of Neumor extending deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast hall of the great Google Library, pale in comparison, is numerous endless maze of the subterranean chambers. and citizens of Shalian is free to enter and pursue its shelves. Most of its shelves. Only Arcans are afforded access to the certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Stola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alize and Alpanod will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. You said its presence more of a problem. Fuck was that? As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Shalian history on foreign policy. The task will be to find and study the relevant publication. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let's be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they're found. Promising tomes. Happy reading. No problem. I'm reading all the time already. Then, let's go. Title of the spine reads The Story of Shalian. Read the book, yes. Long, long ago, on an island in the Northern Sea, there lived a rogue man by the name of Nunkremf. Nunkremf was a student of astrology, and he divided the flood of terrifying proportion would soon sweep over the land of Eorzea. So it was that he built the gigant ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for the Imperial realm. The flood arrived at the foretold, and their horror of the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was here, however, that Nurku's crew halted from aboard his ark. But the danger had not passed. A towering wave approaches, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Neoncap would wove a mighty spell of teleportation which shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abalathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before they stooped over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Neocap gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those redundant peaks that journeyed to the coast, where they built a new ship intent upon returning to the northern seas. Landed on the beach of an island and settled upon the very spot. The settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Shalian we live in to this day. Not bad. Great story. Title of the spine reads Road of Old, the Colony. Many years ago, the band of the Thaliak and the Dravanian hinterlands, Shalian colony once thrived. The settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 in the 6th astral area. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facility wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradient expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of the growing community and academics, the area was further inundated with the Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourished town as an official Shalayan colony. Eorzean resistance took to calling the colony itself Shalayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussing turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Shalayan inhabitants, if praised for a name, would simply refer it as Emporium. Following the exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner for the abducted colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. The following chapter go on to introduce the most prominent feature of the Idleshire. This book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum or cover the history of Shalian Motherman in greater detail. I see. A lot of books that I need to read. The fated title of Steward of the Wisdom. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbrian Calamity, Arcanuk, founder of the Salian, bore witness of the madness and savagery of man brought to the brink of despair. Upon raised on the settlement of an island at the northern empty, he instructed his people this renounce of the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Salian took to their heart the word of their savior and therefore thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation and accumulation, learning that they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from the strength of minds rather than the strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered of wealth and coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was, no matter the trials and tribulation of the age, the citizens of Shalian wouldn't live by their fondest teaching. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of the brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war and with knowledge deliver the world. The dancing is real. Diddly-diddly-diddly. Blue covered book. Title of the spine is An Introduction to the Heavens. We got out of the we don't move from there ever again place. Yeah! What are you doing, Leonis? An Introduction to the Heavens. So much reading. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mystery contained therein? I speak not the shifting cloud pattern, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and twinkling tapestry of the night. Something the dome above us to be in its space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's suspicion of the boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknown destination. There are few indeed who can explain in this satisfactory detail which our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologies of Alec who came closest to the understanding, the laws which governed the starry abyss. It was they who launched Delormet and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of the ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? Waxed or waned? What? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past, that their position continued to shift almost imperceptibly, but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart and may intend to so forever? Are you eager to learn more? This book is the wrong subject. Search for the work that contains detail on the forum, meaning mention of the Syrian Shalian.
No problem, but we like reading these novels. It's fun to do. Fun.
That is on The Voice of a Growing City. It's like the right book. In the years which followed the founding of Shalians, civic policy and other matters of the importance we are dedicated of the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. The city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to even longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail what created discussion, but in the year 201 in the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Charlian would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of nationwide vote. Thus was the Forum, as we know it today, conceived and created. Basically how we have it here as well. Just that we have not 99, but it's over 700. And they're all shit. You have gained a fundamental understanding of Shannon history and the foundation of the Forum. Get outside of the rendezvous point and await your companions. Hey, no problem, let's go! We have definitely learned something, and I have already forgot all of the things. Zoe, were you waiting long? Zoe! I wanted to make sure I'd borrow at least a few promising volumes. Alphanut and Krill should also be along shortly. It was delayed in similar fashion, as far as I could see. No titles in the Argent stacks mentioned the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangling relevant tomes, if they were even that. At points, the plan is to skim through it quickly as we dare, share our discovery as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to this team. Plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I always quite fond of reading outside, but it's not about the little pleasure, is it? I miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and asked how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphanut and I were to return to Chalayan, we were not allowed to cross the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our effort to understand his position, that of the Forum, will perhaps lead to recognition. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. What of you, Gara? Have you been the visit of your family, or do they not live here in this city? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Chalayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvus, a coastal region opposite of the island of Tharvnia. The Allegas founded a city in the fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikuti to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquake of the 4th Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire reign, and when the 5th Calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes were still living in the convos braved in the journey back to Eorzea. Ancestor, however, chose to remain that they might prevent the remnant of elegant technology from being misused. Isn't Corvus under Gallian rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as in the case for most imperial provinces. But Garlement renamed the region Lucus Amoionis. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustration imperial family, the nobles of Host Darnus. Host Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in elegant civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the elegant eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the known knowledge and traditions of Alec. As the last child born with the elegant eye, I was over the custody of friends and the students of Baldesian, who had me registered as a Sharlayan citizen. I never even considered, forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken by the Archon Louis Soix, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescue orphans are more common among Sharlayans than you might think. Yet regardless to our origin, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archons. This is exactly why I have such a love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Hear, hear, another good reason to get to the bottom of the forum's stubbornness, aside from the thrilling matter of our impending doom. And boom. Excuse us while we were trying to make some headway into the books, Gachi. More company should be arriving at any moment now. And just we have to wait at the designated area. We have returned with our selections. Although I must say the picking were quite slim indeed. Mistress Kryl has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into a research paper on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by the prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days come from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, I might ask you for a few questions related to the final days. I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Ambroth firsthand, and fear I may overlook critical details. My thanks. Now where to begin? First thing first, what kind of phenomena did the ancient encounter as the final days drew nigh? I can't remember. It's like 1,000 trillion billion years ago. A complete destabilization of creation of magic. Primal of unrailing power were summoned from the aether. The worst kind of phenomena you can imagine. The second one, I think. I believe Hellion and Zodiac were summoned after the final days has arrived. Quite definitely, in fact. No idea, as I said. If we are speaking of phenomena caused by the final days, the chaos of creation magic run rampant, it was the first come to mind. Fear and despair of manifest and terrible, tangible profession. Meteors raining from the sky. Fire eruption from the ground. Indicatable abominations prowling the streets. So more or less aligned with my understanding. If only the art of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, though this technique were not preserved or passed on, Shtola surmised the closest known magic is that of the summoning ritual promulgated by the Escians. Was there aught else of note which halted of the approach of the final dates? The entire star was angry with disaster at all once. They say it began with the killing sound from the land itself. You can answer this one. That's a good one. I like that one. Me? Well, as you wish. The Emirate were debating the cause of an anomaly which had been observed in the land across the seas. By this fact alone, we were deducted that the final days occurred not all at once the world over, but rather at a point of origin from which it began to spread. Others all spoke as of keening, sounding rising from the land itself just before a region was visited by catastrophe. We never did hear the sound ourselves, of course, just as we were into the midst of that madness. Found the ground was crying out, you say, to be considered the harbinger of doom. It would have been quite distinctive and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of the Numinants Maimons and I'll ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell the unpredicted calamity? What definitely action did they take? They summoned Zodiac, Demon, they knocked Delmus from the sky. I have actually no idea. There we go. Just say that. Surely you can't be serious. That was the 7th Umbral calamity. Hardly an event and even a Delman had existed at the time. Bringing down a moon of any kind would be surely one more, only make things worse. The ensign summoned Zodiac in response to the final days. Many said, I like it if you choose the wrong option. That everyone is like, ah. Many sacrifices themselves to bring him into being, with Elidibus serving as his heart. We do not know how exactly Zodiac brought salvation to the Tsar, only that by his godlike will, where the laws of nature set all right. Then once the balance was redressed, the ancient offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Life sprouted anew, and this was the fledgling soul by intended to render under Zodiac a trait that would have allowed them to rescue the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have had Venet and her followers not manifested their opposition in the form of Eidolon. Thank you both of you for the details review. I feel so much more confident now in my understanding of the events. I didn't do anything. With all the freshly in mind, it does make me wonder why the Lofi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. It's forcing people to summon primals, a kind of catalyst, and as they're attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics. Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash. But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out at Y'shtola, but it's time we began studying these research papers. Wait here again. We're like, I can't read. It's true. I'm the last, am I? Well, I'm extending search for the Archon stacks produced 1 or 2 possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Oriangel learned of the source reflection from the Garen oracles. For its potential, it caused panic and confusion. The tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the great Gubble library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the uncertain world, not to mention the horrible of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason then that my colleagues by the Arcus, our counselors, should be perform Air Force by largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confront Master Fortunault with knowledge of the telephony and their mechanism, he scuffled off the suggestions that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us, which only support the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty, whether they contain mention of the final days or no. These books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. What do you mean more reading? I don't want to read anymore. It's too much reading. You labor for what feels like an ages as your Stolar research assistant. Oh dear, you look exhausted, but what about your studies? Are you able to find any books of the subjects I mentioned? And the days was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a memo at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. At the moment though, I suggest that you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Okay. Time to open this. Getting more useless items. Let's go. Look at those. Oh, next quest is here. Accept. Ready for a tea break, Gachi? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my leg and walk around for a bit. You know, last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside table and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Speak with Olivier. Okay, no problem. We can do that. Dun, 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 dun. This harbor is going to happen now. As busy as ever, I see. How very surely, and that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete his customers. Actually, this code gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the telephony. We might even learn something new. With a try, don't you think? Oh no. It's only 2 people, that's at least something. Wait, what? What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We are simply wondering if you knew of the telephony. These enemies of the peace have promised an end to all we hold dear and... Wait, you're that house little girl, aren't you? And this woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outside indulgers that their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've naught to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. It was fools of me. Expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Gachi. I guess you will not get any information because everyone thinks like that. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Excuse the interruption, but we are hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telephore and their unconspicuously plan. My goodness, if this isn't the young Miss Livelier. Apologies, but I work on the office of the forum, and if I were to reach Master Fulgent, I think I was helping you. I see, we're sorry to have bothered you. He has an interesting name. Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alizier I see there? My words, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dick on. Funny yoke. The owner of the last stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion in between lessons at the studio. It seems like an age now. I remember reading that you and Master Elfenard had set sail for Eosia, but then you never came back. Lately, there's been gossip about your father disowning the pairs of you. Everything alright at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Livelier, so no matter how discreet Master Fortran, why do they have such complicated names, may have been. News of our families doing never stays secret for long. Things been what they are. What brings you back in the city now of all times? We have questions and only Shaolins had the answer. Tell me, Master Dickon. Have you heard anything about apocalypse called the final days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here for, information on these apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, our patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But there is. You're a visitor of Shalion, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food. You might just get the answer you're just looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? Yeah, we are used to this. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where of each the dishes needs to go. We have just become a restaurant worker. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the wager's edge. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. He is sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them you should see a meek gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got it all? I'm sure you can. You just asked to explain again. Good luck. Remembering. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. I already forgot. The tea set. My tea set? Lovely, thank you. The telephone. I'm sorry, I've never heard of them. For the final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. No, I wanted to hear about the Rickel Arcane practice of the 6th Astral Era. Come on. Or esoteric. Be happy to talk of your ear off. She wants the omelette. Ah, finally! 2468! Let's dig in, no time to waste! Oh, that I see the food, I'm hungry now. What? The Telephore? Ah, yes. I remember seeing the name at the latest gaze. That's some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless, warm-wandering ring. When will these fool grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Let's stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice and fully support our decision and remain neutral. The oven-baked lobster. At last, that the oven is mine. You have no idea how long I've been scribbled and suffered of the effort of the heavenly dish. Final days, this is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet, it must be busy time to be a gleaner. Oh, you don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort, travel the world, procuring things that we have got here in Shellian, priceless books, unusual life specimens, and so forth. So named for the folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Hey, by all accounts, gleaning is the most meticulous and demanding profession. If the Tillefori make good of their ostrich threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in some of the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. Not like this. Any trouble with the customers? Were we able to get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whether vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they have done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing part as well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. But let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossip and the waggling tongues. That seems to be a good idea. Yes, they should be nicely out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
Understandable.
It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. a vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Not wrong. It could be so simple. Okay, and before we continue, we're gonna do a short break because I'm hungry and I'm dying, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. While we're waiting that my oven is heating up, I'm going to do some duty roulettes, which are super easy to do. So let's go to this. Some easy, fast ones. Leveling the paladin real quick. Hopefully it is a super easy and fast one. This is a super easy and fast one. Okay. Let me go! Let me go! Couldn't be better. That's it. Complete. Okay, that was easy. Then let's go back to White Mage and just wait. Just wait. I'm gonna go AFK for a bit until my food is there, so I'll be right back. Let me put up a text. People know what's going on. Text. Waiting for my food to be. Perfect. I'll be right back. I'm back. We're still waiting for my food to be done, but I have 12 minutes now until having my pizza's done, so let's go. Start with this quest at least a little bit. We should tell the others what we have learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numion, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Deacon will want his cup back. Yeah, let's go here. Really? Welcome back, Gachi. Been a while. Been for a walk, not been for a while. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigation and turned up information on the Gleaners. Yeah. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from the institution and bureaucrats. But as you say, they ultimately answered to the forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaners traffic and in cargo, it certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let's see what theory we can build from the facts. As Yestola observed earlier, Numinent archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Gachi and Elijah learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that the most Ashalians know nothing on that particular period of the ancient history. Yet my father and my colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but they are also somewhat certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telephory is wholly unlike the apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be occupied by a duty for such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eos's request for aid. And now for the Gleaners. Official agents of the state have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it is a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in the service of the Forum's Serenity's ends. In which case, our next course of actions seem obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we are lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. What should we do down there? Anything we could do better than buying my head in another dusty book? I like the last answer. I'm glad you approve. You won't be disappointed, I promise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. It would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Surely is. Let's head down the stairs over there and I'll show you where the entrance is. Let's see what Alicia is saying. Ready? This is not too far from here, but you may need a path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Follow Elysia and try not to fall behind.
On we go then!
There's no reason to RP walk. Can I just slash follow her? Doesn't. Here amongst the trees. I need to use the name. Not a bit of time. No. No, we run. Try to keep up. Finally! That running animation. It's like... And we are like la 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 la. Across this bridge. Okay, no problem. Up here. Okay. Rostra, not far now. Well, but I'm faster than you. What are you doing? Oh. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. Yes, I've got that. There is a Choco Keep here? What? 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 Okay. We're all here now. I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group descent. Right, everyone, onto the lift and down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky.
What the fuck?
In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves. And this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Rinthus. That's why they're not afraid.
What you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing.
Not wrong.
But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh or no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Ugh.
Oh.
Did you call to me just now?
No.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
That is very sus. That's what my character also thinks. That's very sus. Speak with Cryo. How big is this area? What the fuck? Time to gather some information. You here to help or give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm not in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted to took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have to pack a marmot's running loose. Exchange with Aaron and have thought about exhausted gleaner. My food is almost ready. I'll be right back. Okay, I need another timer for 5 more minutes. Then my pizza is ready. Let me think. The receipt should be item 1058, coming seed 1059, Snuggleberry 1060, and were they 1061? Ugh, my head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. By more loads to take out that carry in. I do all this once and risk mixing it up. What if someone mistakes the Korean carrots and the Girabinian carrots? What them? You exchange the thighs of the thoughts. Large shipment coming out of the labyrinthos. If I had the Manderville, you would dance it. What do you mean? Manderville? It's good. There's also the Mandeville Mambo, which is also good. Let's go. Best dance. For sure. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and ore and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock on labyrinthus, you know, sort and tidying up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before though. They just did one of a few summers ago even. Then with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damn, if I knew know the reason. Could it be they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Exchange with the Dodri, exchange taking stock in the Labyrinthus. Let's talk with Krillay. Hey luck, Gachi, what tales do the Gleaners have to tell? These tales. Blah blah blah, amazing. So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in there, sending more inventory somewhere else. You explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right, the forum is definitely up to something, and they're running Labyrinthus upside down in the process. That is 100% correct. I will not be accepting the next quest right now because I'm gonna take a break, gonna eat and all that kind of funny thing, and I think all of that will take way too long, so I am thinking of cutting off the stream, and I'm sending you over to Mr. Meme Mouse if he is online. He is, okay, so we're gonna send some love to Mr. Meme Mouse. And then you're not done until you're done. Yeah, but I am done now. Thanks for stopping by, and I'll see you tomorrow when we're gonna continue with this main story quest, and then I'm gonna start way early in the morning, potentially. And then we can be very happy with lots of content and lots of story and lots of reading. So I'll see you there. Bye bye. Thanks for watching. Phew.